certainly good afternoon. Certainly a pleasure to be out here and get things started. Didn't beat Andy here this morning. We're going to go ahead and beat it here, get this first class done. Probably thankful to me a little bit lighter in terms of the numbers. I think a high set of kids, though, in my opinion. I think the young lady that goes and start things off for me, I think she's just a notch more consistent. She's a notch better on the move. I think I asked her just to get that head up and out of her just a tick on the move. But man, getting them set up on a profile, she gets all full corner set. That thing's spine and hip looks good. She does a really good job, I think. Young man, a few things. I think that occasionally that sheep's neck and shoulder wants to kind of fall out of him. I said just kind of push that thing down or up in terms of its neck and shoulder and get that thing spine down just a little bit. Young lady here in 3, I think it does another good job of getting that sheep on the brace. Occasionally the 4 corners weren't set. Work on getting all 4 corners of them feet set. I think you do a really good job. Got to change the stance on the girl there in 4. Really good class, though. Great set of kids. Let's give them all a hand.
In our class of contestants born in the year 2012 for our Market Lamb Showmanship, our class winner, and congratulations to Olivia Williams. Second, Owen Williams. Third, Aniston Spears. And 4, Selena Ledford.
It's certainly a pleasure to be down here at Kentucky State Fair and starting off in the Market Showmanship Division. And what an awesome class to start off the day with. Holman and I had a little mix-up when we're trying to find a parking spot. And in case you're wondering, it's a long distance from here all the way to the other side where we parked. So we apologize for maybe being a touch late. We didn't have that problem this morning when we came in for classification. We get out here in this age group, and man, what an awesome showman to begin the day with. On my side, a young man up front. It's an absolute hammer in terms of getting one set up, in terms of getting one propped up and getting one shown. Out here in this contemporaries, this young man just does an absolute fantastic job. Really close from there down in my mind, and there's a lot of give and take. For me, the next best job is a young man that's in here in the purplish bluish shirt. We can work on feet placement. There's no question compared to the young man right ahead of you, but I just like how you hold the front end compared to the rest of this class, and that's why you're in second today. Excellent job of that young man. Young lady that comes out in third does a really good job. Every once in a while, we want to get this sheep spread way too far apart. When we do that, that old ewe lamb's top starts to give away just a little bit. So let's go ahead and put her front feet back to match her back feet and just pop her up a notch better. But an excellent showman to go ahead and be third. Young lady comes out in 3. He's got a big tall wether and a short little girl, so it's a little difficult for her to get him shown. But I like when she gets that one stopped. She tries to set him up. She tries to get all 4 feet right where they need to be. The young man that's going to round out the top 5 does an excellent job of getting presented, does an excellent job of staying straight in line. There's no question we got to work with that ewe lamb just a touch better as we get out here compared to the top 4. But an excellent class, a top to bottom showman. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
For the class of contestants born in the year 2013, our youngest contestants, first place goes to Kaysen Ishmael. Second place, Sawyer Hagerman. Third, Faith Wright. Fourth place, Collins Lynn Tate. And fifth place to Xander Kirkpatrick.
You know, some might apologize for taking an extra minute, and I'm not going to do that in this particular class. I think the competition and the quality kids is certainly deserving of that. I'll be honest, I don't know if there's one that's just absolutely perfect, and as much as I'd like to think, hey, I'm not perfect either, and I think we all got some things we need to work on, but I think young lady up front here to my right, I think just does the most positives and puts the most good things together. She's the most collected in terms of being on the move and having that thing comfortable and walking at a good pace, and then she's really efficient and quick when she gets that thing set up. Occasionally, maybe work on ring awareness. You're the first one in line. You can scoot up if one bunches you. Don't be afraid to take a step and a half forward if needed. Maybe relax just a tick on the brace, but I thought just as a whole, getting that thing set up quick and efficient, and yet still making that thing look good on the move, I think you needed to go ahead and win this particular class. Hey, man, I love the calm, cool, and attitude you had, but, man, this is also a show in a competitive situation. We need a notch more fire and quickness out of you. Other than that, great job, man. Occasionally, a little lackadaisical and slow in terms of how fast you get them feet set and how quick you get to a brace. But, man, I love the calm, cool demeanor. You do a good job of having that thing always looking good. I think we get a notch more out of them. That's how you go ahead and win this particular class. Young lady, I think on the brace you do probably one of the best of this initial 3 and maybe 4 and 5, but it's on the move, I think, where things get a little more challenging for me. We got to get this thing up and going just a notch faster and a notch quicker pace. But, man, getting them stuck, you certainly do a great, great job. Man, another calm, cool, and collected one I think sits out here in 4. Girl does a great job of getting this thing on the move and on the walk. She sets all 4 corners pretty quick. I just need more out of this sheep. I need him to squat and drive into you a little bit better. Occasionally that nose gets up there and looking at the lights, but I think you do a really, really good job. Kind of too much out of the young lady here in 5. Kind of wants to get that thing driving just a little bit too much for me personally. Need that thing to be calm or on the move as well. But, man, for one acting up on the move, you kept your composure. Really good class, great kids. Let's give them a hand.
Results from our class of contestants born in 2010 in our 4-H and FFA Market Lamb Showmanship. First place goes to Addison Cowan. Second to Blake McCowan. Third place, Olivia Simpson. 4, Kinley French. And 5 to Cullen McIntosh. In the ring now, we have contestants born in the year 2008 entering the ring. In the makeup area, we should have contestants born in the year 2006. That's for ring 2.
Another excellent age group here, and really a competitive set of showmen from top to bottom on my side. And I think when the 2 young ladies walk in at our first and second, I think it's a 2-horse race. As soon as they step foot in that green shavings, you know that they got that look in their eye and their game face on, that they came here to win their age group and market showmanship. And there's no question. We study these top 5 and the rest of the class. There's no question. Those 2, in my opinion, are extremely high-quality showmen, taking nothing away from the rest of them. But I like the way that these 2 young ladies get these sheep propped up. The young lady with the Dorset appearing sheep is definitely, I love her front-end posture on that sheep. I love how she keeps that sheep head and neck at a 90-degree angle with the rest of its body. That one, she just does an excellent job of setting all 4 feet. She's maybe not as fast as showing and getting setting up as the young lady that comes right out behind her. But when she gets that one propped up, she's definitely the best in terms of how she maintains the front end of that sheep and how she gets that one set up. The young lady that comes out in the pink in second, we got to work on feet just a little bit, particularly right now. And then my biggest beef with you is when we get out here on the side profile, the longer we're out here, that sheep's front end and chest force not the best. And when he gets relaxed and his front end starts falling out of him, the object of showmanship is try to throw the falls out of that sheep. So we need to wake him up and get his body posture rocked back so his front end and his chest forward doesn't come out. And that's only going to help you when we go into the market show tomorrow. We got to keep that thing's head and front end and chest forward up out of him. But an excellent job. Young lady that comes out in third with the south down, definitely a really high quality showman, does an excellent job of setting all 4 feet. We got to work on front end posture compared to the 2 young ladies right ahead of you. We got to work on keeping that head and neck straight and back at a 90-degree angle compared to those 2 young ladies right ahead of you. But like I said, an excellent showman is setting all 4 feet. There's no question the power showman comes out here in 4. This guy's driving all the time, and with that, I think we overbrace this weather every once in a while, and with that, he wants to start breaking right in the center part of his loin, right in the center part of that one's back. And if we change that and just relax on him a little bit from the profile, that's a nice sheep. When we look forward to tomorrow, we got to stop bracing that one so hard and breaking his top line from the profile to go ahead and move up. But an excellent, excellent showman. A young lady that rounds out our top 5 does an excellent job, really calm and cool and collected. We got to work on setting that one up and setting all 4 feet. But an excellent class from top to bottom. Let's give all those showmen a big round of applause.
Placing on the contestants born in the year 2011 for our 4-H FFA Market Lamb Showmanship Contest. First place to Anna Grace Groth. Second, Regan Kyle Coffey. Third place, Collie Fleming. Fourth, Carter Ishmael. And 5, Quinn Zinner.
an excellent class over here on my side, and a really competitive class from top to bottom. I think it comes down to the decision between the first three. In my opinion, I think all three of them do an excellent job and certainly can get a sheep presented. There's no question. The young lady that wins as soon as she walks in the gate. In terms of having that look and that confidence about her, and then we study her stopped on the side and just look her front end posture and how she holds the head and the ears of that one. She just does a fantastic job. Young lady is an excellent showman. The young man that comes out here in second, no question, has got a lot smaller sheep to show, and obviously that makes it a little bit more difficult because you have to get so low to the ground to get a good drive out of that one, but he does an excellent job. With that being a smaller sheep, it's a lot easier to set legs, and I think that's where you get in trouble. We can work on feet placement just a little bit compared to the young lady that beats you up here, but an excellent job of getting that Dorper you presented. Excellent job of just getting her propped up. Like I said, we got to fine-tune just feet placement just ever so slightly to go ahead and move you up compared to that young lady. A young man that comes out here in third, no questions, a power showman. You like to get in here and just wrestle him. We just need to relax our hands on that one's head, and he's going to respond so much better for you because with that, when you get to pulling on him and yanking on him, he wants to back up and he wants to pull back and you don't want to drive into you. You study him right now when you're natural and your hands are relaxed, that sheep's top line comes together, his front end comes up, and he looks so much better. The young lady that comes out here in four does an excellent job of holding the front end. We got to work on feet placement. We got to work on getting a good drive out of this one compared to the three right ahead of you. We fix a couple things, and you're right in the heat of the top three. Young lady does an excellent job. Young lady comes out here in fifth. We just got to work on getting this one to drive. That's our biggest problem. We're good at feet placement. We just got to get that one to brace and get her chest floor to come up. And with that, she's going to do a lot better in the market show tomorrow. With an excellent job being fifth in this particular age group. Let's give all these exhibitors in this particular age group a big round of applause.
Again, I think, again, I'm going to apologize for taking a few extra minutes. I think the kids certainly warrant it. Gets really close. I'll be honest, I kind of heard him talk, gentleman to my right there, Andy, and a few steps in the ring, and I knew we had two really elite showmen here, really honed in terms of witting their craft and getting their sheep and projects presented. I think young man just does a notch better in head placement. That one's head's a little bit more relaxed. That one just is more comfortable on the brace. And then on the move, I think that one just get out and floats a little bit better for him. I think just a notch smoother in terms of the way he gets that one set up and presented. Sheep just cooperates just a notch easier for him. There, young lady, right now you got her set up perfect, but there were a couple times all four corners weren't set perfect. That sheep needed to be spread out just a little bit in terms of stretched out from flank to flank. And then again, I think occasionally, especially when you come into your first brace, that nose wants to get up in the air. That sheep gets uncomfortable. But with time, you did a phenomenal job. I think those two kids are awfully good. To the young lady here in three, does a great job on the move, really calm and collected. But it's just that view right there. We need to get that neck back. We need to get more of a drive out of that sheep. But certainly does a great job. Young man's kind of comes into a difficulty here in terms of his size. He's a big guy. Sheep's a little bit lower in terms of where its shoulder is. I think I told him just get your base spread a little bit wider. Try to get a notch lower so that sheep has something to drive into. That sheep will drive up and at you and look a little bit better. Young man does a great job right here and right now. That thing's set up and looking good and presented. Does a good job on the move, but man, too many times I take a look over there and all four corners weren't set. That thing's neck wasn't just right. They do a really good job. Bright future. Took a second to talk to the individuals there to my left. I think they all do a great job. Y'all should be commended. Great set of young people you got here. Let's give them a hand.
Placing on the class of contestants born in the year 2008, first place goes to Wyatt Perkins. Second place, Emily Carson. Third, Lauren Rourke. 4, Mason Grimes. And 5, Lucas Campbell. For contestants born in the year 2009, our class winner was Abigail Mattingly. Second, Ryder Cash Coffee. Third, Colin Combs. 4, Addison Moore. And 5, Anna Moore.
excellent class of 16-year-olds, I believe, on my side, and definitely the most competitive class that we've seen so far from top to bottom. The showmen against the rail right behind me are extremely good showmen in their own right. If we fix a couple things, we're in the top 5 pretty quick, and I explained to a couple of them down through just some minor changes that we need to make and to go ahead and move up into the top 5. But with that, I think the showman that wins is as good as any that we've seen so far today. He's right up there with them in terms of the last previous class winners, just in terms of setting all 4 feet, in terms of getting on the head and the front of that one. Young man does an excellent job of getting that one presented. Young lady that comes out here in second. When we first walked in and got on side by side over there, I thought, man, she's a real good showman, and you are. But the longer we're out here compared to that young man, we're just a touch slower, okay? We spin those last 2 around in that circle. You struggle to get that one to move. And obviously, we got to work on feet placement just ever so slightly compared to the young man that beats you. But, man, you do an excellent job of holding the head and the neck and getting a good brace out of that weather. You certainly got a high-quality sheep to get shown tomorrow. We just got to work on bracing that one a notch more and getting all 4 feet set up. But an excellent job. Young lady that comes out here in third, when she gets one propped up, there's no question she's as good as the 2 right ahead of her. With that, we did the cattle circle. That's a big no-no in my ring. I don't like that. We're big enough. We're strong enough. Let's just grab that sheep by the flank. Let's move him back straight in line. There's no reason for a circle. And then another thing, we get out here in the 16-year-old showman, we got a halter on. I'm not a big fan of the halters, and I didn't dock you for that, obviously. But we need to work on showing that thing with our hands, leading it with our hands, because when we get to 16 years old, there should be no reason we need a halter. Young lady that comes out in 4 does an excellent job. There's no question. You're the power bracer, maybe even the top 5. That UAM is always bracing. With that, I think we need to relax just a little bit on the profile because the harder we brace, her top line comes up. And with that, we need to set all 4 feet and just be a little quicker getting that one set up to go ahead and move up. Young lady that comes out here in 5th, I remember this one from classification. That's a big sheep and a small girl, and there's no question that's a hard, difficult one to get shown. With that, we need to stretch that one out just a little bit. His back feet are always up under him. His top line always looks a little bit goofy because of it. We stretch that one out and get him to drive a notch better and get that look right there. That's certainly a high-quality sheep that's got a bright future when we look into tomorrow. But if we don't get that one stretched out, he don't look very good, okay? So we would need to work on those things as we go back to the barn tonight and go in tomorrow to make sure you place good in the market class. But on down the line, excellent showman from top to bottom. Like I said, no question, the deepest class that we've had so far today to sort on my side. Let's go evolve them. A big round of applause.
Again, big on first impressions, and similar to the class just before this one. These 3 walk in, I'm like, hey, these guys know what's going on. We continue to study. The rest of the class, I think, certainly offers a bunch of quality. I think these 3, in my opinion, kind of separated themselves. I think just for me, a young lady to go ahead and wins and leads this thing off, I think her and the sheep just remain a notch more comfortable and collected. She's just a notch smoother and more efficient when she gets them legs set, and then her front end posture on that one, the way she gets that one's neck to come up out of him, the way she holds its head and its head is relaxed, being still up and alert, I think that was where she gets the nod. Occasionally this sheep here and 2, the young lady, this one gets to get balled up on you just ever so slightly, especially on the move as well. You do a great job of keeping your cool though, getting that thing presented to the best of your ability. You just got to work on those few minor things. Man, last rib forward, young lady, you get this sheep just incredible, all right? I love the way your hips are placed and your feet are placed, the way you get that one's neck and head, I love the way you hold that one's head. But last rib back, occasionally we have some issues. Back legs aren't set perfect, occasionally just a notch too stretched out. But, man, up front, you do a phenomenal, phenomenal job. And, young man, you do a great job of getting that thing braced and shown well right there, especially occasionally heads up, noses up. Sheep's kind of licking the ceilings, all right? Occasionally back 2 feet, aren't set just perfect. Man, you do a great job. Do a great job getting that one presented. And young lady here in 5, I think, again, great job once you get that one set up. Occasionally, front end wasn't perfect, but, man, when you would get it right, it was spot on, okay? Work on being a notch more consistent in that. I want to see a notch more drive and brace out of that sheep as well. Man, a bright future, phenomenal set of kids. Give them a nice hand.
Placing on our class of contestants born in the year 2006, first place goes to Cassidy Perkins. Second, Kaylee Carson. Third place, Linda Isaacs. 4, Silas Groth. And 5 to Ella Myers. For our contestants born in the year 2007, first place goes to Ty Jones. Second place, Ellie Hampton. Third, Giselle Green. 4, Heidi Castle. And 5, Anna McCord.
Big guy on first impressions, and I think it's about a step and a half in the ring, and I think that's where the young lady here kind of gets the advantage, in my opinion. I think just a head placement and comfort with this sheep on the move. I think the way she just gets that one presented to on the brace just a notch quicker, I think that's why you go ahead and lead this particular class off. Right there, young lady, doing a great job. Love the intensity, love just the effort you put into this thing, but I don't know if it's this one's structure or the way you're holding this one's head on the move. This one wants to get out of whack, and especially off of its rear too, and you don't want to get that head and neck up out of it and square and high. Work on that, and I think things get even more challenging for me in that particular decision. Let's give both those young ladies a nice hand.
For our contestants born in the year 2004, first place goes to Lindsay Garrett. Second place to Carrie Wagner.
We get out here in the next age group, I believe 18-year-olds, and like I said, the last class, maybe the most competitive from top to bottom, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but all 7 of these exhibitors definitely know how to show sheep. All 7 of them do an excellent job. There's just small things that sort them from top to bottom. With that, the big stout young man up front wins pretty quickly, in my opinion. When he gets that one propped up and he sets all 4 feet, that one, there's no question, looks the best from the profile, just in terms of where that one's feet and his head and his neck and his front end posture. Young man wins pretty quick out here, in my opinion. The young lady that comes out in second, no question, when she gets this one propped up, like right there, she's as good as the young man that beats you. My problem is it takes us a notch longer to get to that point, and we're maybe not as consistent of getting a good look on that sheep as maybe the young man right ahead of you. But that's just a couple of minor things to switch. Both exhibitors do an excellent job. Young man that comes out in third is as good as any. It's setting all 4 feet. All 4 feet are exactly where they need to be at all times. My problem is front end posture, okay? We got over there on the profile, that one's nose kept going straight up in the sky. And with that, when we level that one's nose out and he gets to driving, his top line's going to come together. He's going to have more expression down through his lower leg if we were in a market show. So as we look forward tomorrow, let's make sure we keep that nose down. That way that thing can drive and brace into us, but an excellent job. Young lady that comes out here in 4, if you get that look right there, she's as good as any showman out here in this particular class. The problem problem is I didn't always get that look, okay? Every once in a while, we got that ewe-lamb too scrunched up, and with that, her top line come up, her front end come down, and she just looked a little bit goofy. So make sure that we get that one stretched out, make sure we get that one head and front just straight in line, and make sure we get that one profiling right as we look into tomorrow, because that young lady does an excellent job when she gets that one stuck. Young lady comes out here in 5, does as good as a job as any in terms of setting all 4 feet. Biggest thing is we got to wrap our hips around the front of that one just a notch more. That way that sheep's got something to drive into. We also got to fix our hand placement in the head of that one to go ahead and get a good brace on them. But an excellent class from top to bottom. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Placing on our class of contestants born in the year 2005, first place goes to Blake Daly. Second place, Macy Hazelrig. Third, Charlie Castle. 4, Lainey Lone. And 5, Destiny Davis. Now showing our final individual class, contestants born in the year 2003 and earlier. Also, we'd like to announce that we will be doing our overall Market Lamb Showman class down in ring number 2. Lois is down there. We do need our class winners to be in the makeup area at this time. Those class winners, born in 2013, Kason Ishmael. Born in 2012, Olivia Williams. Born in 2011, Anna Grace Groth. Born in 2010, Addison Cowan. Born in 2009, Abigail Mattingly. Born in 2008, Wyatt Perkins. 2007, Ty Jones. 2006, Cassidy Perkins. 2005, Blake Daly. 2004, Lindsay Garrett. And then the winner of the class that's currently in ring 1.
What an awesome weight in the market division on my side, and 3 high-quality exhibitors out here, and certainly sitting ringside. They all have 3 high-quality sheep. That's what makes it fun to sort as a showmanship judge. not only do you get to study the showman, but you also get to study good sheep. With that, I think the young lady that wins wins because of how she sets all 4 feet of that lamb. I love how she holds the head and the neck and the front end of that one. I think she wins pretty quickly, in my opinion, just from front end posture on that sheep. And how she holds that one. She does an excellent job. Young lady that comes out here in second is an extremely good showman in her own right. We get that look right there. That sheep looks killer. Love how you hold the front and the front end of that one. When we got over there stopped on the profile, you had that one a little bit bunched up, in my opinion. With that, he was coming up just a little bit in the center part of his spine. We get him stretched out like he is right there. That sheep's top line comes together so much better, and that one looks extremely good. The young lady that comes out here in 3 is one that big sheep that wants to kind of wrestle around on you today, okay? We just got to work on feet placement, the biggest thing compared to those 2 young ladies right ahead of you. But I like how you get a good brace on that one. I like how you hold the front end. Like I said, we got to work on feet placement just ever so slightly to go ahead and move you up in this particular class. But an excellent class, the top to bottom. Let's give all 3 of them a big round of applause.
Results of our contestants born in the year 2003 and older. First place goes to Emily Myers. Second place, Sarah Grace Mattingly. And third place, Allie Knorr. So in addition to that group that I read off earlier, we do need Emily Myers to report down to the makeup area at the end of ring number 2, our north ring, to come in to show for the Commissioner's Award for overall Best Market Lamb Showman.
I normally don't like straws in my drink, but I guess I drew the short straw this time. Andy asked me to go ahead and talk the showmanship here in our drives with our particular age divisions. Man, I think we pulled 3 out. Man, taking nothing away from our other class winners. I mean, doing an absolutely phenomenal job. And I think it's commended to the young people and the adults and the parents getting these people ready and where they're at. Did a great job of teaching them the basics and getting these guys here to where they are. I hope you guys are appreciative for what the people on the outside of the ring are doing for you to get you to this point, or you're really blessed and lucky to be here and involved in what, in my opinion, the best thing these young people can be involved in. Man, we get down to these top 3. I think just probably their head placement and how they get these things out and going on the move is what separates them from their contemporaries. And there's one out here that I think just holds that one's head just a notch better, notch more relaxed, ears are more on point, and I think just a notch smoother in the way she gets this one set up. That being said, all right, Andy, go out and select her champion. Do me a favor, guys. Give these kids a round of applause. They're doing a great job. Phenomenal set of kids.
Our Commissioner Award for Best Overall 4-H FFA Market Lamb Showman goes to Emily Myers. And Emily was in that oldest class that finished up just moments ago. We will take a 30-minute break. We'll be back in here at 20 minutes after 3 to begin our breeding sheep showmanship.
we get out here and breeding sheep showmanship on my side, and obviously with all of them be slick shorn, it's not going to change our opinion or what we've been doing all day from the market show into the breeding. With them all being slicked, it's pretty much the same thing. And with that, the young lady that we saw earlier in the market show comes out here and only solidifies herself as a champion in this particular age group, just in terms of getting one propped up, in terms of balancing that one from the profile and how she holds the head and neck and front end of that one. That young lady just does a fantastic job. Really close between second and third, in my opinion. And with that, it's awfully close, and you can switch them if you want to. But I think the one that does the next consistent job is the young lady that's going to go ahead and be in second. You're a notch better at setting feet than the young lady right behind you, and I think that's what sorts them between second and third, in my opinion. Both of them are extremely good on the front end of those sheep. I just like how the young lady sets all 4 feet. So she's going to go ahead and be second up there in the crazy colored shirt. And the young lady that comes out with the red shirt in third, when she gets that one propped up, she's as good as any in terms of getting one shown. I love how you hold the front end and the head and neck of that one. It just takes us a notch longer of the top 3 to get that one propped up. Every once in a while in the profile, you had excellent eye contact with the judge, but at the same time, your sheep wasn't set up. For me, I'd rather see you set your sheep up, make sure your sheep looks right at all times, and then go ahead and look up to the judge. But an excellent job. Young lady that comes out in fourth with the pink shirt just does a fantastic job of setting all 4 feet. My problem is every once in a while that we get out here, this ewe wants to get lazy in terms of her front end, in terms of where she sets her head and her neck and her chest floor. With that, we get to just dropping that front end and chest floor out of her, and then every once in a while she wants to roll up on her rear hocks and get a notch straight. With that and showmanship, we need to make sure we shift her body weight back to go ahead and fix those problems, particularly as we move into the market or the breeding show later in the evening. The young lady that comes out in fifth is real calm, real collected showman, just does an excellent job with eye contact. With that, we need to set feet notch better compared to the top 4. And with that, on down the road, we have some excellent showmen. Let's give them all a big round of applause as they exit the ring.
Again, kind of heard what the judge on the left side of the building kind of said. Things aren't going to change a whole lot in terms of the way, the things that we're going to preference here in showmanship in this breeding division. And man, I said it a couple times on the left side that there's just a few steps in the ring, and you know when you got a kid who just has it, and I think a young lady here in the black has it. You can tell right away she's very confident in what she's doing. Her and this sheep have a great relationship together. Even when the sheep maybe is acting a notch cantankerous and didn't want to just get out and go, man, she didn't panic. She said, hey, I deal with this at home. We got it. No big deal. Man, her head placement, neck placement on that one is phenomenal. Love the way she gets that one presented in terms of the front 1/3, and then it keeps that thing spine and hind legs sitting appropriately. Young lady does an absolutely outstanding job. I think things get close for me here between 2 and 3. Young man in the 2 just does a notch better job on the brace and getting that thing one to drive for him. Wish you would step to the side of that thing, rotate your hips a little bit over the other way, and let that sheep kind of come up your side instead of right up your chest. Because what that does is that one's nose gets up in the air, that thing gets uncomfortable, and doesn't want to just relax and drive into you quite as nicely. Man, young man here in 3 do a great job of getting all 4 corners set. Wish you'd just get into this one and make her drive for you, get her neck back in her just a little bit, but do a great job of staying calm, cool, and collected, getting all 4 corners set, and that thing looking nice and easy. Young lady here in 4 does a good job of getting this one braced and driving. Occasionally a little too good. This one's spine wants to come up in her just ever so slightly. Front legs and back legs weren't just placed just perfectly a few times as well. Young lady here in 5, man, certainly deserves a round of applause. You know, life can kind of get through you some unfortunate things, and it kind of threw her one here this afternoon, and she certainly didn't give up. Let's give her a nice round of applause. Let's give all of them a nice hand. Great set of kids.
placing on the class of contestants in Division 1, those born in 2011, 12, or 13. First place goes to Anna Grace Groth. Second place, Luke Renfro. Third, Sawyer Hagerman. 4, J.C. White. And 5 to Aniston Spears. Placing on the class of Class 2, our Division 2, those contestants born in 2009 and 10. First, Abigail Mattingly. Second, Addison Cowan. Third, Cullen McIntosh. 4, Kinley French. And 5, Tally Downs.
apologize for taking a notch longer in this particular class. And what an excellent class from top to bottom. All 7 showmen out here do a fantastic job. I think it's extremely close. And these top 3, in my opinion, and that's where I spent most of my time out here, is just sorting through them. All 3 of them have a certain and a different style to them about it. And I think with that, the young lady that has the Southdown U, there's no question she has more of a breeding type showmanship to her, if that makes sense, just in terms of how she's calm and cool and collected around the head of that thing. When she gets that one propped up and she shows that one off, there's no question she's the best at getting that one's top line to look right. There's no question she's the best about getting on the front end, keeping that one's head and neck looking cool. If I was going to change it, the only thing is when we get that one out on the walk, we're awfully slow, okay? We need to kick that one in gear and get her to move because I think that'll make her look better also as we look forward into the U show. But you get that look there in terms of her ears and her head and neck placement. Young lady does a fantastic job. Young man coming out in second, no questions. The power showman of the top 2, just in terms of getting a brace, in terms of getting a handle on them, no question. You do a better job of that compared to the young lady that wins. My problem is when we study them part from the side, she's just more natural about the head and the front end of that one in terms of how she holds her hands, in terms of how she holds the ears and the chin of that one. She just does a more relaxed job. She makes it look easier, and that's why she's going to go ahead and beat you today. But an excellent showman to go ahead and be second. Young lady that comes out here in third, there's not much I would change about you. I think you do a fantastic job. My thing is you're working 3 times as hard as the top 2 to get that sheep looking the way that it is. And with that, I think you're awfully nervous, okay? Take a deep breath, relax your hands, relax your movements, and I think that ewe's going to respond a notch better for you. But an excellent job. Young lady that comes out in 4. With that, I think this ewe lamb, I don't mind people showing down, but this ewe lamb looks so much better when you stand up in terms of giving her a notch more expression down through her lower leg, in terms of keeping her top line straight. With that, part of showmanship is making your ewe look the best at all times, and I think that affects you a little bit. With that, we also got to work on feet placement compared to those 2. Every once in a while, we want to get that ewe lamb a little too scrunched up, maybe not stretched out enough for me. Young lady that comes out in 5th, when she gets this one stopped, there's no question she can show a sheep. The problem is we turn this into a wrestling match a little too much for me. That ewe lamb's just not one to cooperate for today. But like I said, when she gets that one part and she gets that one set up, there's no question she can show a sheep. Let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause in this particular class. Good job.
Man, I think are really tight in terms of competition and the minor things that sort them here at the top. And I don't know if it's scale quality or just tallness of shoulder that helps this young man. I think the way he keeps this one's front third of this particular ewe lamb, I think that kind of helps him, and I kind of side with that. I think he's more correct in the way he holds that one's head and neck. I think from there back, that one stays better in terms of its shoulder blade, and that one just stays more collected in its top line when I compare to the young lady in 2. I think he wish he would do a notch better, a notch more efficient and quicker on the move. I wish he'd be a notch quicker in setting all 4 corners. I think that's where the young lady in second kind of has the advantage. She's a notch quicker. I think she gets a good brace out of the sheep. I just wish we could change the way our hand placement is on that head. Occasionally the head wants to get twisted or get up in the air, kind of a little bit too aggressive on the ears, and then I wish that one's spine would kind of come into it just a little bit more appropriately. Man, 2 really, really good showmen do a great job. Young lady in 3, again, does a great job on the brace. Wish we could get a notch quicker on the move. Need to relax that one in terms of the way we hold that one's head back and up. But really, really good job. Kind of talk to these young ladies here. I wish we could get a little bit more efficient. Young lady here in 4, setting all 4 corners. Need to be a notch quicker. Work on head placement as well. Need to change kind of our stature and the way we set our feet and our hips for the young lady here in 5. Great set of kids, though. Do a fantastic job. Future's definitely bright. Let's give them a nice hand.
Placing on class number 3, our Division 3, our contestants born in 2007 or 2008. First place goes to Wyatt Perkins. Second place, Anna McCord. Third, Annabeth McCarty. 4, Morgan Hendrick. And 5, Taylor Moore. Placing on Division number 4, are contestants born in 2004, 2005, or 2006. First place to Anna Elise Weber. Second place, Blake Daly. Third, Kaylee Carson. 4, Linda Isaacs. And 5, Macy Hazelrig. In Ring 1, our South Ring, we're now showing Division 5. These are contestants born in 2003 and before. Following that class, we will show for the Commissioner's Award of the overall top 4-H FFA breeding sheep showman. We will do that in ring number 2, our ring to my left, or the North Ring. So we need to be gathering up our class winners: Anna Grace Groth from Division 1, Abigail Mattingly, Division 2, Wyatt Perkins, Division 3, and Anna Elise Weber, Division 4, at the end of show ring number 2 in the makeup area.
Makes decisions pretty quick. I kind of made a comment earlier on the market side of things and showmanship. I think 2 steps in the ring, maybe even quicker than that. I think we've had a pretty good showman here, the young lady we start off with. I think just on the move, you keep that one's front end more up and out in her. Her neck placement's better. Her head stays more relaxed and appropriate. And then on the brace, I think you get a notch better job in terms of being efficient, getting all 4 corners set, getting that thing propped up and driving. Do a really good job. I think on the brace, young man, and you do a great job of getting this one stuck and presented. It's just on the move. This one's neck and shoulder wants to kind of fall out of her. Just need to work on keeping that up and out of her just ever so slightly. Great set of kids, though. Let's give them a nice hand.
Placing on Division 5 of our breeding sheep showmanship. These are contestants born in 2003 and before. First place, Sarah Grace Mattingly. Second place, Campbell Coyle.
We get out here in the AOB meet Ram division, and definitely a high-quality one to go ahead and lead off the breeding show. Young man does an excellent job of getting that one presented. He certainly got some muscle, certainly got some dimension down his top. His underline's good, and he's balanced from the side. Definitely really good on his feet and legs. Young man does an excellent job of getting that one presented.
Placing on the class of all other breeds meet for the early born junior Ram Lambs, first place to 311, shown by Blake Daly. Now ready to go, and that will also be our champion Ram for the AOB meet. Now ready for early born junior ewe lambs. AOB meet, early born junior ewe lambs.
Kind of more my speed here. You'll judge the animals and not so much the kids, and things come a little bit more naturally. I'll be 100% honest. I think we got a ton of quality in all three of these individuals here. I think I just side with the one for me that kind of puts the most pieces together in terms of positives and puts it together in a much smoother package. I think up front this one's more than appropriate in terms of the way she's assembled. Her neck comes out of her good. What she gains the advantage for me is when you get your hands on them and get up on them. I think she comes out of the backside of her shoulder with more shape. I think she's smoother. And then from there back, I think that ewe's just built a notch wider and bolder in terms of her center body. And it's no surprise for me. I think that ewe's just bigger in terms of her loin edge. She's a notch bigger in terms of her pin set as well. Sheep that still gets out and goes is really athletic. Man, if you're looking for one that's a little bit taller shouldered and longer and skinnier neck, man, young man sheep here in two is one you're going to gravitate towards really quickly. Man, this sheep up front's built how you like them, but it's just from there back, it's unfortunate. This one's a little bit more closed up in terms of her forehead. She doesn't span as big down her back, and I'd like to make her a notch stouter out of her pins as well. Man, it's an awful pretty picture that one paints. I'm sure the young ladies are getting a good view of that one on the camera. Man, if you're looking for ones that got a ton of muscle and shape, we certainly got one here in three. This one's back's big, this one's rear end's big, but it's structural. I have some issues with this one. Both ends of this one's framework are tipped a notch too forward. Wish that one would relax and get out and go just a notch easier. Man, I think he's got a ton of muscle. Give those three kids a nice hand. High quality animals, better kids.
Placing on the class of Hampshire yearling ewes, Slick Shorn, first place in both the Open and the Kentucky Proud goes to Paradise 22004. Clark Coyle. Second place in the show and second in Kentucky Proud to Paradise 22092, Campbell Coyle. Third place to Blake Daly. Now showing our single entry of Slick Shorn Senior ewe lambs.
I hope in everyone's eyes, it's probably the only class I'm going to get perfect, at least the first one I'm going to get right today. Single entry, but I think one can certainly withstand a ton more competition. I think SU's build's phenomenal. She's got tons of muscularity and shape. She's fresh and good to the touch. Young man does a really good job getting this one propped up and presented as well. High quality animal, high quality kids. Let's give those two gentlemen a nice round of applause.
Placing on our senior ewe lamb Slick Shorn for the Hampshires, first place Paradise 23-005, Campbell Coyle. Now showing for our senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe.
We get out here and there's only one entry in this particular AOB meet yearling division, and definitely a high quality one. One that you get it right behind her. She's big in the center part of her body in terms of where her rib cage sits. One that works a tremendous amount of width down her top and out of her hip. Really good in terms of her breed character. Young man does an excellent job of getting that one presented.
into her slick camp senior drive here. And I think we talked within class. I think it was a pair that fit together extremely nicely. Although each different in their types and kinds, I think complemented each other extremely well. I'm going to keep things simple. I'm going to stick with your yearlings. Will be your champion reserve. I think a second place yearling is just a notch better off of her hind leg. I think her loin and hip ties a notch smoother when compared to the class winner there in the falls. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause.
For our senior champion, Slickshore, New Hampshire U, it went to the first place yearling U, Terradice 22004, Clark Coyle. The reserve senior champion was our second place, Slickshore yearling U, Terradice 22092, Campbell Coyle. Those were also our senior champion and reserve senior champion in the Kentucky Proud program. Placing on the AOB class of yearling U's, first place went to Blake Daly.
We get out here in the fall-born ULAM class, and definitely 5 high-quality individuals. There's no question. The one that the hair sheep that leads off, the Dorper up front, is the highest in terms of quality. Obviously, she's not the biggest out here, but with her particular breed, that's just simply the highest quality one that offers the best look and balance. The one that's best on all 4 feet when you get them out on the motion. One that I just love, the killer look that she offers from the profile. In my opinion, that one wins pretty quick. In my opinion, really close between second and all the way down, to be honest. The next best one in terms of balance, the next best one in terms of handle quality and width and muscle is definitely a young man that's going to be in second. That's a big, stout, long-sided ewe. She's maybe just not as cool in terms of her feature, in terms of her foot size and bone, but one that definitely offers a lot of value. And when you send her back to the breeding barn, the Dorper that comes out in third, just a real nice, practical, easy flushing one that's big-bodied, one that's round in the center part of her body. It's on either side of her, either side of that gets in trouble. She wants to funnel her dock ever so slightly, maybe just not as wide and stout and square as we take her to the ground. The one that comes out in fourth is really cool in terms of her breed character, one that's really good in terms of her handle quality. For me, that one's just off balance, off of both ends of her skeleton. Maybe like to change her out of her hip and leg when we set her into motion, but definitely one. It's got a lot of cool pieces to her. The big, stout, practical one comes out in fifth. One that's big-footed, one that can give you a look. For me out here, she's just the off-balance ewe that just maybe doesn't have the muscle and width as the rest of the class. An excellent class from top to bottom.
Golly, I think if we could combine these two, whew, I think we'd have an awful salty one on our hands. I love this one from the side, and it's just, again, a few steps in the ring. I think this one's build is the one that I kind of gravitate towards. Up front, I think this one's assembled a notch better. This one's feature up front in terms of its head and the way this one's neck ties into her. Man, is so much, so pretty. She's good down her back. Her hind leg functions and motors how they need to. No question. We get on either side of this one's framework. I'm going to be honest. I question, is there enough? I wish she's bolder in terms of her cage. I wish she's stouter out of her hip, but I just wish she was wider at the ground, and that trend continued from there up. but I just can't get past how pretty of a picture this one paints. I think her skeleton's phenomenal. Her spine's assembled how it needs to be. Her hind leg motors appropriately. Man, from the side and the way this one's built was just too hard for me to move past. I love this one when you get on behind this one or up front, a young man here in the black shirt and two. This one's cracked open. This one is the widest of these three in terms of chest width, in terms of forehead shape, in terms of spread and dimension, and from her center of her spine all the way down her back and out to her hip. This one's a heavier muscled, stouter option if you can't get what I'm getting at. But man, on the move, we got to change this one. To me, she's tipped too far forward up front. She gets too uncoordinated. Her neck and shoulder wants to fall out of her. But man, he gets her set up and props. She still paints and balances appropriately. Got a ton of muscle. That one just needs to get out of motor a notch better. Been a nice functional one, sits here in 3. This one's got some body shape and some capacity. Just need to fix her skeletally. She's the most restricted and most uncoordinated on the move. High quality class, so 3 great individuals. Let's give them a nice hand.
Placing on the all other breeds class meet for the early junior ewe lamb class. First place goes to Dolly, shown by Reagan Kyle Coffey. Second place to 328 Blake Daly. Third also to Blake Daly. 4 to J.C. White. And 5 to Emily Carson. Placing on the class of Hampshire Slickshorn January ewe lambs. First in the show and also first in Kentucky Proud to Ambergy L018 Clark Coyle. Second place, second in Kentucky Proud to Terradice 22051 Campbell Coyle. And third place to Blake Daly.
We'll get back over here on the AOB side, and late-born ewe lambs, and definitely 2 really high-quality individuals. We definitely brought the heat in this particular class, and I think with that, the class winner wins and wins pretty quickly. In my mind, you get this 3/4 view of that one in terms of her body shape, in terms of her front end, in terms of that one's width and power. That's an awfully nice ewe lamb to go ahead and lead off this particular class. Taking nothing away from the ewe lamb that's going to come out in second. You just got in a class with a really nice one to go ahead and win this particular class. That one's offers some balance. She offers some look. She's good on her feet and legs. She's just maybe not as robust in the center part of that one's body. She's maybe not as big, and her upper hip is a class winner. Maybe just doesn't have that exotic look from the side, but definitely 2 really high-quality ewe lambs in this particular class.
Go leave them how they stand, and again, I think these things are awfully good. Quality is extremely high. I think there's just more of one in terms of the young man here. We're going to go ahead and start things off with. Get on either side of this one, skeleton. She's more genuine and wide at the ground. That trend continues from there up. She's bigger in terms of her forehead shape. To no surprise, that one spans bigger down her back. I think where she gains her advantage, though, is on the move. I think she's just a notch more relaxed. I think she just stays and blends better from her loin into her hip. I think she's a notch better in terms of her hind leg set. Does she get a notch quick? Maybe, but I think the other one has a little bit too much set and gets a little bit too uncoordinated. To me, it's just a kind of a combination of being built good and yet still having more than enough shape and power and stoutness. Man, the young lady does an absolute phenomenal job of getting this ewe lamb stuck here in 2. Man, her headset's really good. She gets to have the neck coming out of her how you like to. Man, you keep breaking this one down. I think she gets flatter and plainer about her forerib and chest. She doesn't balance and proportion appropriately from the side in terms of flank to flank. I need to smoothen this one up in terms of her loin edge. I think if we fix this one or straighten her just ever so slightly in terms of her hock, I think she'll get out and go right of her hind leg and hip just a notch better. Man, the young lady does a great job of getting that one presented. Let's give both of those kids a nice hand.
Placing on the class of late-born junior ewe lambs for the AOB meet. First place went to Caroline Mattingly. Second place, Kaylee Carson.
We get out here for champion AOB on the youth side, and definitely really high quality individuals in every class. And I think when we get out here, there's a clear-cut winner in my opinion, just in terms of balance and look, in terms of that one's feet and legs, in terms of stoutness at the ground. Young lady directly ahead of me is going to have your champion AOB ULAM. And then when we get out here, it's really close between the second in that particular class and the Dorper U. In my opinion, I think the next best balanced one that offers the next best look and profile from the side, go ahead and use your Dorper U for reserve overall AOB U. Let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause.
For our AOB meet, our champion U goes to the first place out of the late-born junior ULAM, Janice Caroline Mattingly. The reserve went to Dolly out of the early-born junior ULAM class, Reagan Kyle Coffey. Now ready to move into the AOB Wool. Placing on the class of February Slickshorn Hampshire ULAMs, first in the show as well as first in Kentucky Proud is Taradice 23080. Campbell Coyle. Second in both is Sis Linda Isaacs.
We're just going to leave them as they sit. And I think just in terms of basic build and building with some stoutness and substance, yet still being square at the ground and getting their angles, I think a young man in the black's kind of a logical place for me to start. Hey, no question, I'm going to be critical first. I think this one needs to be tall at the point of her shoulder. I think that thing would change the way she assembles and looks from the side. But man, she's just so big in terms of her forearm. I think of these three, she's easily the biggest and widest in terms of her body. I think where she gains her advantage over the young man here in two, I think from her last rib back, that you square in her edges, she's square out of her dock, and I think she just gets out and goes with a notch more comfort and authority. Man, I got a nice painted picture here, sits here in two. Up front, I think this one is the taller shoulder, kind of neater looking one. But man, instead of this one coming and going and get up on top of her, she wants to flatten in terms of her forearm. She doesn't want it come out of the backside of her shoulder blade with as much shape and touch and tone. And then there at the last rib back, I think she gets a little bit rounder about her loin edge, just not quite as much punch when you step in behind her. Man, Skinny Greenman sits here in three, and I think this one's got a ton of future. Up front, this one's assembled how you dream of. She's got tons of shape and expression. Man, she just needs to be forward and fresher in terms of her loin edge. I like to lower her dock just ever so slightly. She's almost two level, kind of throws off her view from the profile. Really good class of three there. All those kids do a great job. Let's give them a hand.
at this one. Placing on the AOB wool class of yearling ewes, first place goes to Blake Daly with West Wind 372. Placing on the class of March ewe lamb Slickshorn for the Hampshires, first in the show and first in the Kentucky Proud program, Paradise 23-100. Campbell Coyle, second in the show and second in the Kentucky Proud program, Paradise 23-126. Clark Coyle, third place to Macy Hazelrig.
Your champion junior slicks here in the Hampshire division. I think there's I'll be quick and honest, I think there's a pretty clear-cut winner for me. I think just coming out here, I think she has enough in terms of stoutness and muscle. Can't get past this one's picture that this one paints and how this one gets out and goes. Young man coming out of your first class will be your champion. We talked in class how close those were, and if we could combine them, I think we'd have a gangster. I'm going to keep them two together. The ones out of your lightweight class, your first class there, will be your champion reserve. Let's give those kids a nice hand.
for the Hampshire Slickshorn Junior Ewe Lamb champion. It was out of the January ewe lamb class, Ambergy L018 Clark Coyle. The reserve also came out of that same class, second to our junior champion, and that was Paradise 22051 Campbell Coyle. Both those animals are Kentucky proud as well. Now showing pair of Slickshorn ewe lambs.
Yeah, these pairs are kind of an interesting deal here, and I'll just be transparent. When I judge this, I'm just sitting which two would I want to take home and which two would I want to take home and breed on and kind of build around. And I think we're going to go ahead and side with the young man on my left with our champion ewe kind of coming out of that pair. I think one that we know is maybe not stout enough, but man, so pretty. I think there's a lot of bucks that kind of complement her and taking nothing away from the young man and lady here on my right. Those sheep are cracked open and busted and wide in terms of their cage. Just need to pick them up in terms of where they sit at the top of their shoulder blade and their chest floor. Really good pair of those. Let's give them a nice hand.
Placing on the pair of Slickshorn ewe lambs for the Hampshires, first place to Clark Coyle, second to Campbell Coyle. Now ready to show for overall champion Slickshorn ewe and reserve.
We get out here for the yearling ewe division on the Blackface Cross, and what a way to get started. I think the class winner wins as soon as she trots into the ring. That one's got a killer look in terms of balance and profile. You got to love the big fuzzy legs that one offers. Young lady does a fantastic job of getting that one presented. The next best one, in my opinion, is the blue tinged ewe right ahead of me, and I'll be the first to tell you if she's a yearling, she's pretty small, but I'm guessing she's probably more in the wrong class, and she's supposed to be in a ewe lamb class if I had to guess. But no matter what, that's the next best quality one in terms of body shape, in terms of profile, in terms of look, in terms of feet and legs. That's the next best one in my opinion. Young lady does an excellent job. Big stout brood ewe comes in third, and definitely one it's easy keeping. One that you love, the 3/4 view in terms of rib cage. She's big up high in terms of her rack and her loin. For me, she's maybe just a notch off balance compared to the two that beats you in this particular class. I'd like to invert her underline. Her chest floor is deeper than where her rear flank sits. She's maybe not as cool through her front end as those two right ahead of you, but definitely a high quality basic brood ewe that I like the big stout fore-rib and body shape that one offers. Really close between 4 and 5 in my opinion. You could switch these and I probably wouldn't argue with you. The one that offers a notch more muscle down her top and down through her stifle is the young lady that's going to go ahead and be fourth, and I think that's why she's going to go ahead and be fourth. That one's just wider and stouter. The one that comes out in fifth, another one, and I'm questioning maybe if she's in the right class because that one's so immature in terms of her makeup, in terms of her body shape, in terms of her handle quality. That one's pretty skinny. I'd like to stouten that one up, make her a shot more width and power all the way through to go ahead and move up. But an excellent class of yearling ewes.
Now get to our champion Hampton Drive, and I think, man, high expectations when you come down here and sort these ewe lambs, especially the Hampshire breed, and expectations were blown out of the water. I think these things are phenomenal in terms of the way they're assembled. You know, I think some minor things come down in terms of how we're going to sort them. Maybe the ones that are the most unique, you know, at this point in time, they're all good in terms of their build. I think you ask yourself, do some have enough stoutness? And if you say yes, then you ask yourself which ones are the hardest to make and assemble. That being said, I'll go out and select your champion reserve. I think there's one for me personally that kind of is hard to build in terms of the way she's built from the side and how athletic she is on the move. Things get more challenging for me, to be honest, between reserve. That being said, I'll go out and select your champion reserve. Do me a favor, let's give these individuals a nice hand.
for our Slick Shore and Hampshire show. Our junior champion was our overall Slick Shore champion U. The junior champion coming out of the January ULAM class, Ambergy L018 Clark Coyle. The reserve champion was our senior champion. The senior champion came from our yearling U class, Paradise 22004 Clark Coyle. Both of those animals were also our champion and reserve champion, Kentucky Proud. For our class of yearling ewes for the black-faced crossbreds, first place went to Caroline Growth of Lexington. Second place went to Laney Lone of Grinnip. Third place and first in Kentucky Proud to Lucas Campbell of Wallingford. Fourth to Taylor Moore of Nancy, Kentucky. And second in Kentucky Proud to Morgan Hendrick, Bowling Green.
We get out here in the first class, the ewe-lambs on the black-face division, and definitely a high-quality trio to get us started. When a young lady in the pink walks in, that ewe-lamb wins and wins for fun. That one's just got the stoutness and the big fuzzy legs and the foot at the ground, and then you study it from there up. That's the balanced, cool, attractive one out here in this particular class. Just a really nice one to go ahead and lead off with. Maybe the biggest upper-hipped one in this particular class comes out in second. That one's stout. That one's wide. For me, you study that one from the profile. She's just not as cool looking as the class winner. She's not as tall at the point of her shoulder. Her neck doesn't come out of the point of her shoulder either, as good as the class winner, but definitely a high quality one. The long-bodied extended one comes out in 3. That one simply needs more time and feed to mature into itself and stouten up and give it some width and body shape, but an excellent class to get us started with in the black-faced ewe-lambs.
Kind of shifting gears and changing breeds here. I think we're starting off with an awful nice Southdown ewe-lamb and squaring good at the ground. Build from there up's phenomenal. Angles are really good. That ewe's really sound and functional, athletic on the move. And then you couple that, still having some body capacity in terms of rib shape, spread and dimension down her back, and still being stout and square at her hip. Awful nice single entry. Let's give them pair of kids a nice hand.
definitely maybe the most challenging decision that we've had so far today in my ring, and sorting these top two, because I'd like to put both of them together, and I think we'd have one that's awfully, awfully good. In a ULAM setting, there's no question. I'm always going to side with the better built, better looking one, and there's no question. That's the ULAM up front. We put these top two in motion. I like that one where her chest forward, her head, and her neck comes out of the point of her shoulder. That one's good. Off of both ends of her skeleton, there's no question. If we get right in behind them, the one that comes out in seconds, twice as wide as a class winner, and that's what makes it extremely close, because you get your hands on the class, or the second one, that one's big back, that one's big rack, she's big loin, she's big in her upper hip. She's no question the stoutest one. My problem is when I step off and get a three-quarter view, this one neck ties in low to the point of its shoulder. That one's chest forward, front end falls out of her. I need to turn her loose on the go. That one gets a little funny and weird in her top line and in her loin. I wish we could fix those things about it, because I like that one's body shape. I like that one's muscle. I like that one's width. I just wish that one was a notch better built. The one that comes out in three is a problem child for me, because I like this one. This is the third or second time that I've seen this one today. Just in terms of balance, in terms of look, that ULAM has a lot of cool pieces. For me, when we get her out here in the ULAM class, she's just way too immature in her muscle shape. She's way too immature in terms of where she's at. In terms of her maturity pattern, one that I just need to stouten up, one that needs to be notched better in the center part of her body and her lower forerib to go ahead and move up in this particular class. Big stout one that comes out in four, one that's big backed, one that's big loin. For me, that one's just a little ill built off of both ends of her skeleton. When we set them into motion, she's going to go ahead and be fourth for us. Likewise, for the one that rounds out our top five, the blue ULAM, you get your hands on them, you judge them blindfolded, that one may win. In terms of rack shape, in terms of loin shape, that one's extremely good. My problem was we stepped off to the side and we set that one into motion. She gets entirely too straight off of both ends of her skeleton, but an excellent class of blackface commercial use.
Placing on our class number 3 of blackface crossbred lambs weighing 105 to 115. First in the show and first in Kentucky proud, Jacqueline Duzan of Germantown, Kentucky. Second in both is Cullen McIntosh of Winchester, Kentucky. Third, Blake Daly. 4, Luke Renfro. 5, Aniston Spears. 6, Abigail Potts, and 7, Carrie Wagner.
I am not going to apologize for taking an extra minute, because, man, these things are awfully good. I think all 5, 6 of them out here are high quality, and not only should the young people getting these things set up and presented be commended, but the people who do it behind the scenes and the breeders certainly deserve a pat on the back. These things are awfully good. Really tough for me here between 1 and 2. I think the one that we start off with just comes out of the backside of her shoulder with lots more shape and turn to her forward. I think she's just a tip taller at the point of her shoulder. And for me personally, I think that allows her to balance and proportion a notch more appropriately from the profile. Get your hands on her again. The gentleman to the left there said you judge he's blindfolded. You get your hands on this one, man. She's shapely. She's big and fresh in terms of her loin edge. Then you ask her to get out and go. And what I think is just as important, or maybe more important, is she still remains athletic and functional when she gets out and moves. I think this thing's awfully good. Man, this thing is sweet looking, okay? I love this young lady sheep here in 2 from the profile. Her build's phenomenal. She's sound. She's functional. Her body shape's good. Man, I just don't know. I know maybe a little age discrepancy. I know we're probably at some weight discrepancy. This one just doesn't come out with as much punch and shape and dimension. Wish I could raise her just ever so slightly at the point of her shoulder as well. Just remains level at best from the side in terms of where her shoulder sits in her. But man, this thing's awfully good. I love her build and design in terms of her skeleton. Underlying balance is phenomenal. Just like I'd actually love to see this ewe in about 30 or 40 days. Again, blindfolded, you get your hands on this one. Young man here in three's got the muscle sheep of these ones. This one is easily the stoutest at the ground. Stoutest in terms of its chest floor. No question, this one's big in terms of her forehead. Man, tons of spread dimension down her back. Real shapely from behind. It's just from the profile where I have some issues. To me, she falls out of balance. I like to drop her in terms of her flank, shallow her up in terms of her chest floor. I think she balances the portions a notch better from the profile. And I love this sheep here in 4 from the side, just build and sound and functional. We got to judge these things from every angle in 3 dimensions. Step in front of her, behind this one. There's just not enough of her. She needs to be cracked open and stoutened at the ground. Continue that from there on up. Man, if you like them built nice and functional and sound, that one's certainly there. Just need more punch. And a nice functional one, again, sits here in 5. Just need to stouten this one up in terms of her forehead. Give her some more shape out of the backside of her shoulder. But one that's big and big at the ground. She's still sound, good up front. Man, a nice set of sheep. Let's give all those kids a nice hand.
Placing on the Southdown Early Born Junior Ewe Lamb class, first in 4-H and FFA and also first in Kentucky Proud, Caroline Groth. Second in both, Caroline Groth. Third place to Caroline Groth. Fourth place to Anna Elise Weber. Fifth place, Anna Beth McCarty. 6, Adeline McCarty. And 7, Jacqueline Duzan.
Big size discrepancy, but for me, a tight leg structure that kind of sorts this pair. I think Bill in the lower rank, young lady's got the advantage here in 1. I think this one's tall at the point of her shoulder. Angles are phenomenal, and then on the move, this one's so functional and sound, especially off her rear too. She sets them down square. She pushes and drives appropriately. This one's balanced. It's a proportion so well from the side. Hey, no question. We can probably see it ringside. This one needs more shape and turn to her stifle. But I think with time and age, that one continues to get there and stouten up. Just can't get past this one's perfect build. If you like them stouter and bigger and heavier muscled, young lady in 2's probably got the one you're going to side with. No question. This one comes out of the backside of her shoulder with more shape. No question. This one's got more shape from behind in terms of her stifle. But man, on the move, this one's just not quite as square and functional off of her hind leg. Wish she just pushed and drive just a notch more appropriately. Really good setup, though. Let's give both those young ladies a nice hand.
We get out here in a rather challenging top pair, and on my side, and 2 really high-quality individuals that are different in their own right. The one that I go ahead and start with is unmatched in terms of width, in terms of muscle, in terms of dimension and body shape. You study it up front and study where it starts. That one's ginormous in her forerib, and that only leads to tell the story from there back in terms of stoutness, in terms of body shape, in terms of upper hip, in terms of stifle shape. That one's stout, that one's square, and then you step off to the side. I think both of them balance extremely good. There's no question. I question, how big is that U going to get if we're show her as a yearling maybe next year. I would wish I could pick her front end up, make her a notch taller at the point of the shoulder. I think when he's turned them loose and on structure, I think it's a wash because I think I'd change things about both of them. But man, I like that one in terms of width, in terms of stoutness, in terms of overall volume of muscle and dimension. That one's extremely nice, and that one's got the most unique pieces to make the next generation the best. The one that comes out in second, man, if I only had to study from the profile, there's no question this one wins. I love this one in terms of the height of her shoulder. That one's shallow in her chest floor. I love where her rear flank sits. For me, when we step off of either end of her, compared to that class winner, the class winner is about twice as wide. I think this one gets a little bit longer on her rear pasterns, and that's what I said. Structure, I think, is a wash out here because that one's not the best off of her hip and hind leg either. But man, I love the three-quarter view of that one. I love where her chest floor sits in relation to her rear flank. That one's dead level down her top and out of her hip. Certainly two really high-quality ones to go ahead and be first and second. The one that comes out in third almost defaults into third. She's not as wide and stout as our class winner. She's not as good-looking as the one that's in second. She's kind of a perfect mix between the two of them, just a little bit more conventional looking compared to those two, and that's why she falls out into third. But man, that's a really high-quality one that offers all the width and dimension. Likewise for the one that comes out in four, man, that one's stout at the ground in terms of foot size, in terms of fuzz, in terms of width down that one's top. For me, that one just gets a little jammed up off of both in her skeleton. You study about her head and her neck compared to those couple right ahead of her. That one's a little thick and a little coarse, and from there back, that tells the story. That one's a little bit more conventional and jammed up compared to those. Like to stouten that one out of her hip, lengthen her out of her hip to go ahead and move up in this particular class. Young lady that comes out in five definitely has a high-quality one. That one offers you some balance and some look. For me, that one's just a notch soft and plain to the touch compared to the top four. That one's just a notch flatter and deeper in her forerib compared to those. But an excellent class from top to bottom of blackface ewes.
I think a really good set of pairs here. I think, again, like I said earlier in the Hampshires, how I'm sorting this is if I'm taking them home and getting a breed on them, I think there's a really uniform pair of two high-quality ones. Your champion of this class will be my far side to the right, second will be to my left. Let's give these young people a nice round of applause.
For the Southdown class of late-born junior ewe lambs, first and second in both the 4-H FFA show and in the Kentucky Proud goes to Caroline Groth. Also, Caroline Groth stood first and second in the pair of ewe lambs for the Southdowns, placing on the class of blackface crossbred ewe lambs weighing between 117 and 129. First in 4-H and FFA, and first in the Kentucky Proud, Ty Jones, Scottsville, Kentucky. Second place, also to Ty Jones, and that was second in Kentucky Proud as well. Third to Sarah Grace Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky. 4 to Addison Simpson, Crittenden, Kentucky. 5, Madison Warren, Smithfield, Kentucky. And 6th place to Rachel Elizabeth Doe of Smiths Grove, Kentucky.
Man, I think an absolutely phenomenal set of Southdown ewe lambs. I think the quality is extremely good, and these things are special in terms of the way they're built, and yet what they uniquely put together in terms of being good in terms of their body shape and still having some muscularity and shape. We took a minute in a class that I thought was really close, and them things complemented each other really nicely. That being said, I'll use the ones out of your first class. They'll be your champion reserve. Pair fits together just too nicely for me to break them up. Let's give them a nice hand. They're bringing a high-quality yearling for a champion Southdown drive, and certainly doesn't knock the quality at all of the complete set here. This thing's still really good in terms of the way she's built, has some body and spread and dimension. That being said, though, I think the younger pair, I think, just fit together so nicely. They're so much more unique in terms of their build, and yet they're out there in terms of their body shape and muscularity. The ones out of your ewe lamb division will be your champion reserve. Let's give all those kids a nice hand.
Our champion, Southdown ewe, goes to the first place out of the early junior ewe lamb class, Caroline Groth. The reserve champion was second in that class, and that was also shown by Caroline Groth. And both of those were Kentucky proud.
We got here in the next class, the ewe lambs, and man, we got a really nice one to go ahead and lead off this particular class. A young lady does an excellent job of getting that one presented. And as a judge, that only solidifies and makes that one look cool from the side. That one's head's always high. That one's dead level down her top at all times. And then you study her when you get your hands on them. That one's big in the center part of her body. That one's stout at the ground. That one's got a killer look. Young lady does an excellent job. Really close between second and third, in my opinion, and I think it's awfully close, and you can definitely switch them. But for me, the next best built one in terms of underlying quality, in terms of width and power and body shape, is the young lady that's going to go ahead and be second. That one offers a lot of good. You just ran into a real nice one in this particular class. You maybe don't have the wow features in terms of feature at the ground, in terms of front end quality as the class winner. But man, you study that one from that one's front end back. That one's big body. That one's big in her upper hip. That one's stout down at the ground. Just a really nice one to go ahead and be second. There's no question. The tall-sided, long-bodied one that comes out in three. I like a lot of things about this one, but I think it works as their disadvantage because of the top three. That one's the flattest in her forerib. That one's underlying qualities not the best compared to the top two, and that's what puts her in third for me. But definitely one you like the added length and extension. Likewise for the one that rounds out our top four, one that you get your hands on her. She's got some width. She's got some muscle, and she's got some dimension. For me, that one just falls out of balance from the profile. Needs a shot more show ring look, and I appeal to go ahead and move up in this particular class.
Placing on the blackface crossbred class of ewe lambs weighing 130 to 135. First in Kentucky in 4-H and FFA, and first in the Kentucky Proud program, Abigail Mattingly of Murray, Kentucky. Second place to Carly Roy of Nancy, Kentucky, and that's also second in the Kentucky Proud. Third, Addison Cowan, and fourth to J.C. Voigt.
changes to probably a different type and kind with the Suffolks, and man, certainly got a nice quality single entry here. Typical Suffolk. You go really good build, great shape, great touch and tone. This thing's awfully good. Let's give these two kids a nice round of applause.
Placing on the Slickshorn Yearling U class for the Suffolks, first place goes to Blake Daly.
Another single entry Suffolk, and man, this thing is huge in terms of her body and capacity. Giant back, really thick when you get in behind her. Really does sheep that still balances the proportions from the side. Kind of exciting breeding piece sitting there. Let's give her a nice hand.
Placing on the class of early born junior ewe lambs for the Suffolks, first to Blake Daly with 353. Now showing for champion and reserve champion Suffolk ewe.
Look at the Suffolks back out here together. I think there's one that's just so much bigger in terms of what she offers. She's stouter and wider at the ground. I think the trend continues from there up. Ewe lamb out of our second class will be your champion, followed by the ewe lamb in the first class will be reserved. Really good set of them. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Champion Suffolk ewe goes to the class winner of the early junior ewe lamb class, Blake Daly with 353. The reserve champion, our class winner for the Slickshorn Yearling ewe class, Blake Daly with 2-24.
We got a really nice one to go ahead and win this particular class, and one that gives you a really good look. As soon as she comes in the ring with the white face and the light ears and the light legs, and then that young man gets her propped up, you get this look that I'm getting right now in terms of balance and quality. That one's really, really nice. The decision for me is between second and third, and I think it's awfully close. And if you want to switch them, I probably wouldn't argue with you a whole lot. But for me, the boxy, wide, stout, good-bodied one is going to be the blue ewe that's going to go ahead and be second. It all starts at the ground for this one. This one's big-legged. This one's big-footed. She's fuzzy. She's bigger in her forearm, and that only tells a story from their back in terms of body shape, in terms of width and upper hip shape. That one's a notch better than the one that's going to be third. There's no question that one's underline is a problem for me, particularly when we get her on the go. She's a notch deeper about her chest floor, and obviously they left flank wool in her, and I think they know that maybe she's not the best underlined one. But man, that one in terms of today's trends of width and muscle and big legs, that one definitely has it. The one that comes out in 3 is definitely one that I like a lot of things about in terms of that one's body shape, in terms of that one's handle quality. That one's extremely, extremely good. My problem with that one is the look that I'm getting right now. Her front end and her neck ties in too low to her chest floor, and with that whole sheep's weight and everything goes down towards the ground and down towards her chest floor. I need to lift that one up and make her taller in her front end. I need to make her longer necked and more extended there to go ahead and move up, because from that one's shoulders back, that one's extremely good. I wish I could just fix that one's front end. That's my problem with that one. But 3 really high quality ewe lambs in this class. The one that comes out in 4 is definitely a really nice stout one. That maybe is the biggest rack sheep that we've seen so far today, and if you're sitting ringside, you can definitely tell that one. That one's rack shape is ungodly big, and with that one's stout and wide from their back. for me, when we study them in a show ring setting, that one's just a notch frailer compared to the couple that beat you. That one's underlying, and underlying quality is maybe not as good as those. But man, you want to talk about one that's got muscle and width, that one definitely has it. Really nice basic ewe to round out our top 5. That one's got some body shape, her underline's right. For me, she just doesn't have some of them wow features about her as a top 4 in terms of foot and bone at the ground. That one's balance and front end's not as cool. That one's not as level down her top and out of her hip as a couple right ahead of them. But man, really the deep class from top to bottom. Let's give all those exhibitors a big round of applause.
Lucky you, bud.
Again, the male side of the breeding show, and I think, Bill may not be perfect on either one of these, so I'm just going to pick the one that I think is the soundest and heaviest muscled, and when you keep that in mind, I think the decision's rather easy and logical. Young man will go ahead and get the nod. This thing's bigger in terms of its body and stouter at the ground, and again, no surprise, this one has more spread, dimension, and muscularity down its back. This one's fuller and fresher in its loin edge, and then right behind him, this thing's bigger and square out of its hip. It still carries more shape to its stifle and twist. I think that's a nice logical place for me to start. Got some growing extension. The young lady's buck here in 2. This one's round in terms of its body. Man, this one gets a little bit higher and tighter in terms of its spine. A little bit more uncoordinated and choppy on the move. Just like to relax that one. And then compared to the one there in 1, I think just gets slower in terms of stoutness and muscularity. Really good set of them though. Let's give all those kids a nice hand.
Placing on the class of blackface crossbreds weighing 138 to 145. First in the 4-H and FFA show, as well as first in Kentucky, Proud Wyatt AC, Perryville, Kentucky. Second in both to Emily Myers, Brandenburg, Kentucky. Third, Ryder Cash Coffee. 4, Kinley French. 5, Blake McCowan. And 6, to J.C. White. 7, Annabeth McCarty. Placing on the Dorset Senior Ram Lambs, first place, Lucas Campbell. Second, Carrie Wagner.
We got out here in the heavyweight ewe-lamb class in the blackface division, and certainly 5 high-quality individuals. With that being said, I don't think there's one out here that maybe jumps out and wins easy as maybe the last couple classes and some that we've seen in other divisions. But I think the one that wins is extremely nice in terms of balance, in terms of width and dimension. That one offers a lot of good. My question for that one is, how big is she going to get? When you study her about her head and her neck, she's a little short and a little coarse for me, and she's not the tallest thing by any means. but man, you step in behind them, that one in terms of body shape and width, in my opinion, has got to win. And then you step off to the side, and she definitely offers you a balanced, attractive look. There's no question. The one that comes out in 2 is way bigger, way longer, and way more extended, and I certainly like that about her. But with that, when you get in behind her, I think that works to her disadvantage because she's a notch flatter in her forerib. She's not as opened up all the way through as maybe that class winner, but definitely one that if you want to make them bigger and offer some more extension, you definitely got to like that one. The one that comes out in 3 is definitely one, if you want to judge them blindfolded, that one's rack shape's ginormous, or loins big, or upper hips big. For me, I study this look right here. That's where she falls into 3rd pretty quick. That one's neck ties in low to the point of her shoulder. Her chest forward and underlying quality's not as good as the 2 right ahead of her, but man, you want to talk about one that's wide and stout. I definitely like that one. Just a real nice basic to go ahead and be 4th in this particular class. Maybe just not the wow features of as a couple right ahead of them. That one needs more muscle. She needs more shape. That one needs to be better balanced from the profile. And likewise, for the one that rounds out this class, you got to like the white legs and the fuzzy legs. That one's cool through her front end. For me, when you study her from there back, she plays out the most over her dock. She's the flattest down through her stifle and her forerib compared to those right ahead of them. But an excellent class to end the blackface division.
Placing on the class of blackface crossbred ewe lambs weighing 149 to 170. First place to Anna McCord, Ewing, Kentucky. She also had 2nd place. 3rd place, Kinley French, Sharpsburg, Kentucky. 4th place, Tally Downs, Alexandria, Kentucky. 5th, First in Kentucky Proud, Sawyer Hagerman, Georgetown, Kentucky. Now ready to show for champion and reserve champion blackface crossbred ewe. We need the 1st and 2nd place animals from the 6 ewe lamb classes, plus 1st and 2nd out of that yearling ewe class in the ring at this time.
In the Dorset female side of this thing, and I think we got one that kind of logically starts for me. I think on the move, this one's just sounder and easier in terms of her spine. I think she's more appropriate in the way her shoulder ties into her. I like the way her neck ties into the top side of her shoulder as well. She offers plenty of flex and go off her rear too. Yeah, I mean, no question. This one's probably a little bit too much like me in terms of what she lays in terms of fat on her side row of her body. She needs to be trimmed up there. She needs to have more shape and touch and tone. I think that's where the young lady sheep here in 2 has the advantage. Man, she surprised me. I step in behind her. This one's got tons of shape to her back. This one's big and fresh in terms of her loin edge, but it's on the move and from behind where I have some issues. She kind of wants to get a little in at her hock, and then on the move, she gets more uncoordinated. She wants to get high in the center part of her spine. But man, that one's great in terms of her touch, great in terms of her shape. Let's give both those kids a nice round of applause.
Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Dorsets, 1st place in 4-H and FFA, 1st in Kentucky Proud, Lucas Campbell with 250. 2nd place in 4-H and FFA to Spencer Campbell with 202. Now ready for early born junior ewe lambs for the Dorsets, early born junior ewe lambs.
we get out here for champion Blackface U, and definitely a tremendous set and tremendous quality from the yearling class all the way to the heavyweight ULAM class. And that's why I asked Holman to come over and take a look at these things because at the end of the day, I'm just guessing. I haven't seen what's showed in his ring, but it's probably a pretty good indication of what's going to win Supreme U when we study out here in the Blackface ULAM division. And obviously, Holman and I got to do that together. And so I asked him to come over and see. I didn't give him my opinion. I told him to pick his two favorites, and we were dead on. We both have the exact same ranking, and if we could pick a top three, we all had our top three exactly the same. I think when we get out here and we pick for champion and reserve in the Blackface ULAM division, I think there's a tremendous set of quality, and there's a lot of different ways that you can go, but I think there's a combination you out here that offers the greatest amount of balance in terms of look and eye appeal from the side, and then you get right on behind them. That one's wide, that one's fresh, that one's stout. Really a killer set of Blackface U's. Let's give all these Blackface U exhibitors one big round of applause. I'll show you your grand reserve out of this particular division.
For our Blackface Crossbreds, our champion went to our Class 5 ULAM winner, Wyatt Acey. And that was also our Kentucky Proud champion. Our reserve champion in the show went to our first place yearling U, Caroline Groth. We are selecting a Kentucky Proud reserve. And that went to Abigail Mattingly out of the 4th class. Pardon me, it came out of the 3rd class, Ty Jones.
You can get back into the Dorsets, and I think we got an awful nice one to start off with. Hitting pretty hard, a couple steps in the ring. I think just build and design alone, the more I kind of gravitate towards. I think this one's sound and functional up front. This one's spine and hind leg is phenomenal. And then you couple that with still being the freshest in terms of her touch, still having some shape and expression from behind. Kind of a logical place for me to start. Man, a sound broody one sits here in 2. This one's big in terms of her body. This one's big in terms of her upper hip. Man, I think compared to the one ahead of her, she's just too plain in terms of her shape. She's too flat in terms of her stifle. Man, that one's got a lot of good things about her. If you want them extended and kind of harder handling, the one that sits here in 3 is probably more your speed. Wish this one would relax in terms of her angles. Wish she'd just get out and drive just a notch better. Wish she should just like to drop her in terms of her flank as well. I think that'd help her balance and proportion better from the side. I think one with time and feed continues to get better here in 4. This one's got some growth, this one's got some extension, but I think of these 4, this one's the flattest, the most closed up in terms of her body. But hey, I think with time and feed, that one continues to get better. I think long term, that one's got a chance. Let's give these kids a nice hand.
Placing on the early born junior ULAM class for the Dorsets, first place in the 4-H and FFA show, first in the Kentucky Proud program, Caroline Mattingly. Second place in the 4-H and FFA show, J.C. White. Third to Blake Daly, and for J.C. White. Now ready for our class of late born junior ULAMs for the Dorsets.
just a single entry out here in our whiteface cross division, and definitely a high-quality one in her own right. One that gives you a killer look from the profile, one that's stout and wide at the ground, and definitely one that I love her front end about her. Just a really nice ewe to go ahead and win this particular class.
I think about a half a step in the ring. I think a two kind of I gravitate towards here up at the front, and I really like just the touch and tone and shape of the young lady sheep here in one. Step in behind them and get your hands on her. This one has so much more shape and turn to a rack. I think she's fresher and fuller in terms of her loin edge. Then you couple that, she still balances the proportions really well from the profile. She's still sound and functional when she gets out and goes. I may actually prefer the hind leg set just ever so slightly. The young lady sheep here in two. I think that thing just has a notch more flex and go on the move. But when you get your hands on her and step in behind her, she's just too flat and plain. I think her rib cage kind of psychs you out. I think she just needs to be cleaned up in terms of her condition. But she still paints a good picture from the profile. Just wish she'd come out of the backside of her shoulder with more touch and tone and shape. Really good set of those things, though. Yeah, nice sound, functional one sits here in two. This one's got some body. This one's easy flushing. But, man, up front, I think this one's tipped too far forward. Wish she'd relax and just drive for this young man. I think she, too, just needs to be relaxed in terms of her spine on the move as well, but one that's got tons of body and broodiness. Nice extended one sits here in four. This one's got some extension. This one's long hind saddle, but on the move, she's the most restricted. She's the tightest in terms of her spine. High quality set of four. Even better kids. Let's give them a nice hand.
Placing on the late-born junior ewe lamb class for the Dorsets, first in 4-H and FFA, and first in Kentucky Proud, Sarah Grace Mattingly. Second place, and second Kentucky Proud, Abigail Mattingly. Third to Lucas Campbell, and fourth, Blake Daly. Now showing pair ewe lambs. Placing on the yearling ewe class for the whiteface crossbreds, first place to Laney Lone, Grinnip, Kentucky.
A pair of ewe lambs in the Dorset division. I think we just got a set of them that just stouter and functional, stouter, square, and bigger at the ground in terms of foot size and fuzz. And then from there up, I think they're bigger and have more shape and turn to their body. They have more shape in terms of their muscularity as well. Two on my left will be your champion. Two on my right will be your reserve. Let's give those kids a nice hand.
Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Dorsets, first place goes to J.C. White, second, Blake Daly. Now showing for champion and reserve champion ewe.
We get out here in the second class of the whiteface cross division, and 5 really high quality individuals out here, and maybe not like some of the classes that we've had in terms of having an easy winner, or a couple of them that are I like a great deal. But with that, I think the class winner in terms of her upper hip and her body shape and her rack shape, I think she wins and wins pretty quickly. That's an extremely nice one. It's cool through her front end, one that's level down her top, and certainly good underline. Young man does an excellent job of getting that one presented. Really close between second on down. I think the next best one in terms of just the basics of being a good brood ewe, in terms of body shape, in terms of width, in terms of dimension, in terms of levelness at top. That's where the young lady in the pink shirt is going to go ahead and be second for me. And then with that, it gets even closer as we get into the third. I think the next best one in terms of length of body and extension and coolness through her front end is this Dorset appearing ewe right ahead of me. That one's cool down her top, one that offers some body shape. And then when we get into the one that's in fourth, one that you got to like at the ground in terms of foot size and fuzz, maybe one that just doesn't have some of the wow features out here as a couple right ahead of them. And then the one that rounds out the class, the hair sheep, I'm guessing we're maybe in the wrong division. Maybe that's an AOB because we saw some hair sheep earlier, but I like that one in terms of her body shape, in terms of her basics. She's really good on her feet and legs. We just need more of her to go ahead and move up in terms of width and power, in terms of foot and size and foot and bone at the ground, but an excellent class of white-faced cross ewes.
Placing on the class of white-faced crossbred ewe lambs weighing 62 to 125 pounds. First in 4-H and FFA, first in Kentucky Proud, Blake Daly, Paris, Kentucky. Second place in both programs, Emma Grace Doyle, Smiths Grove, Kentucky. Third place, Allie Knorr. 4, Allie Knorr. And 5, Melia Meredith. For the Dorsets, we're now showing for champion and reserve champion ewe.
Man, I think the Dorsets have been extremely high quality. They get their class winners out here, and I think they represent the breed extremely well. These things are sound and functional in terms of the way they're put together. They look like females. They're sound in terms of the way they're built. They're easy in terms of their flesh. Their body shape is really good. And yet, they still have some market fundamentals in mind. They're having some shape out of the backside of her shoulder, still having some touch and tone down their rack, and still being good and fresh in their loin edge. Stepping behind them, their stifle is still shapely, their twist is big. I think these things are awfully good. These things have a lot of quality. That being said, I think there's a pair of them out here that hit me extremely hard. There's one out here I think just hits me more as a brood ewe, a little bit more maternal. But yeah, you get your hands on them and step behind her. She handles more like a market lamb. And then there's one that just muscle shape is phenomenal. Back shape and touch is incredible. That being said, I'll go ahead and put the mic down, select your champion reserve in this Dorset division. Do me a favor, give these 6 kids out here a nice round of applause. Quality is very deep.
For the Dorset Show, our champion ewe goes to the first place in the early junior ewe lamb class, Caroline Mattingly, and that was also first in Kentucky Proud, or champion Kentucky Proud. The reserve champion came from the late junior ewe lamb class, Sarah Grace Mattingly, also the Kentucky Proud reserve champion.
We get out here in what I believe is the last class of the day in this ring, and definitely what a way to end. 5 really high-quality white-faced cross ewe lambs out here, and maybe the closest class of the day from top to bottom in terms of quality. I think all 5 of them are extremely nice. With that, the one that handles the best and handles the freshest is the young man's ewe lamb right up front in the red shirt. That one's the tallest at the point of her shoulder, and then you study her from there back. She's level down her top. She's big in her forerib. One that handles really good. One that is presented extremely well. Just a really nice one to go ahead and lead off with. The one that comes out in seconds, just a real nice practical brood ewe. One that has some body shape. One that's good in the center part of her body. For me, you study her off of either end of her skeleton compared to the class winner. I wish maybe she was just stouter at the ground in terms of foot size, maybe stouter in her upper hip and her stifle shape compared to that class winner. The one that comes out in 3 is long body extended. I wish I could fix this one's underline. I wish I could fix her right in her loin edge today where her hip and her loin hip meets. Wants to be a little washed out there. But, man, that one's got some body shape. That one's got some presence about her. Just a really nice brood ewe as you going into the future with that one. Really soggy made one comes out in 4th. One that's just for me is a little too chubby today. One that's a little soft and plain to the touch. But, man, I like that as a brood ewe being easy flushing. And definitely one that's going to be easy feeding as we move on down the road. The